The fire crackles low, and I stare into the flames, remembering the moment my world ended. I was a samurai once, sworn to my lord, bound by duty and honor. My life had order, my family had security, and every day carried purpose. But when my lord fell in battle, everything I had was torn from me in a single breath. His death was not just the loss of a man, it was the death of the house itself. The stipend that fed my family vanished. The rice fields I had been granted were stripped away. The clan that had once welcomed me as a brother closed its gates, for my oath was to my lord alone, and with him gone, I was nothing. Worse still, I lived when he did not. To many, that was a mark of shame. Whispers followed me. Why had I not died with him? Why had I not avenged him? In the code of Bushido, survival without service was no virtue. And so the respect I had earned for years turned to suspicion, pity, even fear. That was the day I became a Ronin, a masterless man. A wave cut loose from the shore, drifting with no place to land. Once I was admired for loyalty, feared for skill. Now I was unwanted, mistrusted, despised. And every step since has been a reminder. Without a master, a samurai is nothing but a shadow of what he was. And that shadow was me. When my lord fell, it was as if the ground itself gave way beneath me. I remember the chaos of that battle as clearly as I remember the smell of the fire tonight. The clash of steel, the screams of horses, the smoke curling black against the sky. I fought as I had been trained since childhood, every strike measured, every movement drilled into me 1,000 times. And then, through the blur of blades, I saw him fall. One moment he was on horseback calling us forward. The next an arrow found him, and the world seemed to stop. I pushed toward him, but the tide of fighting dragged me back. Men closed in, enemies shouting with triumph, allies shouting in horror. By the time I reached his side, he was still, his armor pierced, his face pale. Around us the line broke. We were forced to retreat, leaving him behind in the mud. That was the last I ever saw of him. Not a noble death in a hall, not a grand pyre, but a body swallowed by the battlefield like so many others. In that moment, everything I had been ceased to exist. My oath had been to him alone. Every strike of my sword, every hour of training, every breath of my life had been to serve his name. And now that name was gone, carried away on the wind with his last breath. I fought my way back alive, but it felt more like defeat than survival. The truth is, I should have died with him. Many believed I should have, but I lived, and in living, I inherited a fate far harsher than death. The following day, the clan was already unraveling. Without our lord, the estate collapsed like a house of reeds. The rice that once filled our storehouses was seized by rivals. The stipends promised to us were no longer honored. His heirs were too young, too weak, or too divided to keep the house together. I watched the gates close, the banners taken down, and I knew I no longer had a place inside those walls. I returned to my home with nothing but the armor on my back and the sword at my side. My wife saw it in my face before I even spoke. The tears came silently, not just for our Lord, but for what his death meant for us. Our rice allotment would stop. Our fields would be reassigned. The men who once fought beside me crossed the street to avoid my gaze. Overnight, I had become an outsider, not because I had changed, but because the world around me no longer had a place for me. That was the beginning of my life as a Ronin, a masterless man. I had survived the battle, but in truth, I had lost more than I had kept. Without my lord, my duty had no anchor. My sword still hung at my side, sharp as ever, but it no longer had a cause to serve. And a sword without a cause is nothing but a burden. The day my lord fell, my life unraveled with him. It was not only the man I lost, but the entire structure that had bound my world together. My income stopped overnight. No rice, no land, no stipend. Everything that had anchored me was gone in the space of a single breath. For a samurai, payment was not just silver pressed into the palm. It was rice measured in koku, drawn from the harvests of fields worked by farmers who bowed when I passed. Each season, I was allotted my share, a reminder that my loyalty was recognized, that my service had value, that rice fed my family, clothed them, and gave me the means to trade for what we lacked. It was steady, dependable, as much a part of my identity as the sword at my hip. But when my lord's banner fell, the fields that had supported me were stripped away. Stewards wasted no time. The rice stores were seized, the lands reassigned, and the farmers who had once reported to me were placed under new masters. They bowed still, but no longer to me. In a single turn of fate, I had no claim even to a single grain of rice. At first, I tried to reason with the officials, men I had dined beside in the great hall, men who had praised my swordsmanship and shared in victories past. I reminded them of the campaigns we had fought, of the years I had bled for the clan, but their faces grew hard, their voices clipped. "Your oath was to our lord," they said flatly. "He is gone. So is your place." Their words carried no cruelty, only finality. In their eyes, I was already cast adrift, a remnant of a house that no longer stood. I walked away with nothing, no rice to bring home, no promise of the next allotment, no fields to visit at the turning of the season. My family's future, once secured by duty, now hung in the air like smoke after a fire. The stipend had been more than sustenance. It had been belonging. To lose it was to be severed not only from food and land, but from the very fabric of the clan itself. That evening, I sat before the rice jar in my home, staring at the few grains left at the bottom. Each one felt heavier than the armor I still wore. My wife's hands lingered over the jar, her silence sharper than any rebuke. My children asked for second helpings we could not give. The air in the room thickened with questions I could not answer. How long could we last? And what would become of us when the jar was empty? I had always believed the system was unshakable, that so long as I lived by my oath, the rice would come, the fields would remain, and my family would be cared for. That belief crumbled the moment my lord's life ended. The truth struck me harder than any blade. My service had not belonged to the clan, nor even to the land. It had belonged only to him. With him gone, all ties dissolved. It was not yet hunger that hollowed me, nor the suspicion of neighbours. It was the sudden void where certainty had once lived. I had walked for years on ground I thought was solid, only to feel it collapse beneath my feet in a single day. I had been a samurai with fields, rice and rank. Now I was only a man with a sword, and nothing else. The rice was gone, the land was gone, the stipend was gone. But what cut deepest was not the hunger or the poverty, it was the rejection. The clan I had sworn my life to shut its gates against me. I remember standing outside those gates, the same ones I had passed through countless times before. How many mornings had I walked beneath their wooden beams, armoured and ready, greeted by brothers in arms? How many evenings had I returned through them, weary from training, proud of my place among them. Yet on that day, I was stopped before I could even step inside. The guards at the entrance were men I knew. We had sparred together, shared sake, laughed over campfires, but when I approached, they lowered their spears and crossed them before me. Their eyes didn't meet mine. They looked past me as though I were already gone. "My service is still yours," I said. My voice was steady, though my chest was heavy. "I have not abandoned my oath." Their reply was simple, final. "Your oath died with our Lord." It was not shouted, nor cruel, only cold. In those words, the truth was laid bare. Without my master, I was nothing to them. The clan was not a family, not a brotherhood. It was a structure, and the foundation had collapsed. And when the foundation collapses, the roof does not shelter the broken beams. It discards them. I stood there long enough for villagers to notice. They whispered as they passed, some glancing with pity, others with suspicion. To them, I was no longer a samurai guarding their lands, but a Ronin, dangerous, unpredictable, dishonored. I had become a ghost haunting the very place I once belonged to. I turned away at last, but each step felt heavier than the last. The streets of the town I had protected now seemed narrower, colder. Merchants who once bowed gave only curt nods. Farmers who once greeted me averted their eyes. A child pointed at me, and his mother pulled him close, whispering, "Do not stare at the Ronin." It struck me harder than any blade. I was not just cast out of the hall. I was cast out of the lives of those I had once served. My place in the world had vanished, not with a roar, but with the closing of a gate. That night, I did not return to my home. I sat beneath a tree at the edge of the village, the sound of the gate still echoing in my mind. I had pledged to die for my Lord, and I had lived instead. For that, I was punished, not by blade or rope, but by exile in the place I had once called home. And so I walked on, away from the walls that had once sheltered me. I walked not as a samurai, but as a Ronin, carrying nothing but my shame and the sword at my side. When the gates closed to me, the truth was final. I no longer had a clan. But the sting deepened when I returned to what had once been my place inside its walls. I had been stripped of my place at the table and cast into the street. In the hall, my seat had always been waiting. Not near the head, for I was not among the highest retainers, but not at the edge either. It was a place earned by years of service, by loyalty, by scars I carried on my body for my Lord's sake. I had sat shoulder to shoulder with men who had bled beside me, sharing bowls of rice, cups of sake, and the stories of our campaigns. That table was where we had been bound together, where we were more than individuals. We were brothers in arms. The last time I entered, the hall was quieter than usual, the air thick with unease. My Lord's death hung over everything like smoke after a fire. I walked to my place, but before I could sit, a steward, a man whose voice I had heard countless times reading orders from the head of the hall, stepped forward. His tone was clipped, but his words were a blade sharper than any I had faced in battle. "Your seat is not yours any longer," he said. "You have no lord. You have no place here." I looked around, expecting someone to speak in my defense, but the men I had trusted avoided my eyes. Some looked down at the table, others stared into their cups, pretending not to hear. Their silence cut deeper than the steward's words. I turned toward the head of the hall, where once my Lord had sat. That place was empty. a void that could never be filled. And in that void, all of us were already changed. I was the first to be cast out, but I knew others feared the same fate if they stepped out of line. Better for them to let me fall than to risk being dragged with me. The steward motioned toward the door, and two men I had trained with for years stepped forward. They didn't grip their weapons, but their hands rested close enough to them that the meaning was clear. I was not welcome. I left that day not through the gates as a samurai, but through the back door as an outcast. The moment my feet touched the street, the sound of the door closing behind me echoed in my chest. It wasn't just wood on wood. It was the sound of a life ending. From that day forward, I ate not at a table but where I could find space, on the roadside, in the corner of an inn if I could afford a bowl, with my back to a wall, always apart, never included. I had once shared laughter and warmth in a hall filled with comrades. Now I shared silence with the dust at my feet. That was the cruelty of it. Battle wounds I could accept, hunger I could endure. But being erased from the table, from the fellowship that had defined me, that hollowed me more than any blade ever could. When I lost my seat at the table, I thought the shame would stay within the walls of the clan. But word travels faster than steel, and soon even the villagers who once bowed now looked at me with suspicion. I had walked those roads for years as a protector. Farmers would stop their work and bow when I passed, their faces lit with respect. Children would run to the roadside to watch us ride out, eyes wide as they imagined themselves one day carrying a sword. Merchants would offer me their goods at fair price, knowing I was a man of duty who kept order on the roads. My presence had meant safety, stability, honor. But the day after I was turned out, I walked those same roads and felt the difference. The bows stopped, the smiles faded. Where once people made way for me, now they stepped back, pulling their children behind them. Their eyes, once filled with trust, narrowed with wariness. It was not hatred, not yet, but fear, and fear cuts just as deep. I stopped at a farmer's stall, one I had visited many times before. The man had always greeted me warmly, pressing me to take the best of his vegetables, sometimes slipping extra into my sack with a nod. But this time, his voice was tight, his answers clipped. When I reached for a melon, his eyes darted to my sword. His hands trembled slightly as he weighed the fruit, as though he feared I might take more than I paid for. I left quickly, the coins cold in my palm, the shame burning hotter than the sun overhead. It grew worse each day. Whispers followed me as I passed through the marketplace. Ronin, they said, not as a title, but as a warning. Mothers pulled their children close, scolding them if they stared too long. Once a boy laughed and pretended to swing a stick like a sword, but his mother yanked him away, muttering, "Do not mock him, do not anger him." The weight of their suspicion pressed heavier than hunger. Each glance told me I was no longer one of them. I was not their protector, not their neighbor, not even fully human in their eyes. I was something dangerous, unpredictable, tainted. It struck me hardest when I passed the shrine. I had gone there many times before, offering prayers before campaigns, bowing with the villagers shoulder to shoulder. That day, when I knelt, the others stepped aside. They left space around me, as though my presence might spoil their prayers. I finished quickly, but the silence clung to me as I walked away. The truth is, they were not wrong to be wary. A masterless samurai was a man unbound, no longer tethered by duty, no longer held by a lord's discipline. To them, I was a sword without a sheath, a storm without direction, and storms destroy whatever lies in their path. But knowing their fear had reason did not ease the sting. Each day, as their bows turned into suspicious stares, I felt the last remnants of my old life slipping further away. I was not only cast out of the clan, I was cast out of the hearts of the people I had once sworn to protect. The suspicion of villagers was bitter enough, but what hollowed me most was the silence of my own kind. Samurai I once called brothers turned their eyes away. In battle, we had fought side by side, our blades rising and falling in rhythm. In the hall, we had shared cups of sake, laughing until our voices echoed against the rafters. I had trusted them with my life, and they had trusted me with theirs. We had been bound not only by oath to our Lord, but by the countless days and nights spent together as comrades. Or so I thought. After my Lord's death, I sought them out, certain that even if the clan had no place for me, they would. I found one in the marketplace, a man whose shoulder bore a scar I had once bandaged with my own hands. I called his name. He turned, his eyes met mine, and then slid past me as if I were no one. He spoke to another merchant, his back to me, pretending not to hear. The sting of that dismissal struck harder than any blade. It was not an isolated moment. Again and again, when I crossed paths with men I had trained with since youth, they did the same. Some shifted their gaze to the ground. Others found excuses to hurry away. None of them raised their voices. None openly cursed me. But their silence cut deeper than hatred ever could. I came to understand why. To acknowledge me was to risk sharing my disgrace. If they showed me kindness, it might be seen as weakness. If they offered me fellowship, it could cast suspicion on them. A samurai's honor is a fragile thing, easily stained by association, and I was a stain no one wanted near their household. Still, the rejection festered inside me. I remembered the nights we had camped beneath the stars, passing the flask until dawn. I remembered how we had spoken of duty, of loyalty, of the bonds that would never break. Those bonds had shattered with frightening ease, not on the battlefield, but in the quiet aftermath. It was not steel that severed them, but fear. One night I found myself outside the training yard. The sound of wooden swords clashing rang out just as it had when I was among them. For a moment, I closed my eyes and almost believed I was back inside, waiting for my turn, eager to prove myself. But when I looked again, I saw the faces of men who once knew me, now turned resolutely away. They trained as though I had never existed. My absence had already been erased. That night, as I walked away, I realized what it truly meant to be Ronin. It was not only to lose a master, it was to lose the fellowship of those you once called brothers, to be cut adrift not only from your duty, but from the very men who had once defined your life. And so I walked on, my sword still at my side, but heavier with every step, not because of its weight, but because there was no one left who would stand beside it. The silence of my brothers still weighed on me, but silence did not fill an empty stomach. Hunger drove me back to the market, though stepping onto those familiar streets was a wound of its own. Merchants demanded coin I no longer had, and with each visit, my debts mounted like stones tied to my neck. Once I had walked there with my head high. Farmers bowed, traders greeted me warmly, knowing I was a man whose word carried the weight of my Lord's banner. If I promised payment, they trusted it would come. If I lacked coin, they extended credit gladly, knowing my stipend would soon arrive. My presence reassured them. It meant order, protection, stability. Now the same men studied me with narrowed eyes. I stopped at a rice seller's stall, asking for enough to feed my family a week. His hands hovered over the scale, but his gaze fixed on the sword at my hip. A Ronin's promise, he muttered, just loud enough for others to hear. The words cut deeper than his refusal. I set down the last of my coins, my cheeks hot, and carried the rice away heavier with shame than with grain. Each trip to the market became the same battle. The brewer claimed his prices had risen, though I saw his jars untouched. The cloth seller refused to extend credit for new sandals, saying too many debts had gone unpaid. Some merchants took my coin reluctantly, others outright sneered. Their faces told me what they dared not say aloud. They saw not a customer, but a man already halfway to theft. The humiliation clung to me. In battle, I had faced arrows and spears without flinching. But here, standing before men who once bowed to me, I trembled at their suspicion. Each glance at my empty purse, each sigh at my requests, reminded me that I was no longer trusted. My name, once spoken with respect, became a warning passed from parent to child. Do not trust him. He has nothing left. The debts deepened. I sold what small possessions I could: a short blade, lacquered bowls, a sash my wife had once tied proudly at my waist. At first the merchant smiled, pleased with the quality of my goods, but as the trades grew smaller, their patience with me thinned. They saw a man dwindling, a man running out of things worth offering. I avoided certain stalls altogether, unwilling to face the sneers, but avoidance only made the burden heavier. Every coin I scraped together disappeared as quickly as it came. Every trade cut deeper into the memory of who I had been. It was in those moments that I realized hunger is not only felt in the belly, it gnaws at dignity. It devours the memory of respect. It leaves a man stripped bare in front of neighbors who once honored him, now whispering behind his back. The market had once been a place of fellowship, where samurai and villagers alike shared in the rhythm of daily life. For me, it became a court of judgment, each merchant a silent judge, each transaction a reminder of my fall. The debt I carried was not measured in coin alone, but in the shame of every bowed head that no longer bowed to me. The merchant's sneers followed me home, and their words clung tighter than the dust on my clothes. Each trip to the market left me with fewer coins and less pride. Eventually, I had nothing left they would accept, nothing but the armor I had once polished with pride. Hunger drove me to sell it piece by piece. It did not happen all at once. The first time I carried the breastplate wrapped in cloth, as though hiding it would soften the shame. I told myself it was only temporary, that I would earn enough coin to buy it back one day. But when I laid it down on the merchant's mat, I knew I was lying. That steel had carried me through battles, its dents and scars reminders of the blows it had turned aside. To me, it was memory and loyalty forged into one. To the merchant, it was only metal. He tapped it with his knuckles, smiled at the sound, and handed me a sum so small I almost walked away. But the thought of my children waiting at home silenced my pride. I accepted the coins. That night they ate, though I could not. Weeks later it was the greaves. I told myself I could march without them, that they were only weight I no longer needed. Then the gauntlets, which had steadied my grip in countless clashes. I remembered the feel of leather soaked in sweat, the way my hands had ached after hours of training, yet still found the strength to fight. Letting them go felt like surrendering pieces of my own body. Whispers followed me as I walked to market with each new bundle. Villagers watched as I laid out what had once been the armor of a samurai, trading away the skin of my former self for a few coins and a few days' worth of food. A Ronin without armor, I overheard one man say, is nothing but a beggar with a sword. His words struck harder than hunger. The hardest part was the helmet. I clung to it as long as I could, not for protection, but for what it meant. Its crest bore the symbol of my Lord's house, faded though it was. To wear it had once been to walk with dignity, to show the world whose name I served. I sat with it in my lap for a long time at the merchant's stall, as if holding it might hold back the tide of shame. The merchant laughed when he saw the crest and offered me less than the price of a single sack of rice. My pride screamed to refuse him, but my empty stomach had the final word. I handed it over. After that day I walked the roads bare. No armor to shield my body, no crest to mark my place. Only the sword remained. People no longer stepped aside as they once had for a warrior in full armor. Their eyes lingered on me now as they would on a man already stripped, waiting for the last possession to be taken. My back felt exposed, my chest vulnerable, as though even the air could pierce me. Selling those pieces did more than feed my family for another week. It marked the end of who I had been. Each plate traded away was not only protection lost, but identity surrendered. And with every sale, I felt myself slipping further from the man I once was into something I barely recognized. A man surviving from day to day, carving away his past to buy a fragile future. That was the bargain of a Ronin's life, to give away your armor piece by piece until nothing remains but a hollow shadow, clutching a sword that may be the next thing sold or the last thing used. By the time the last plate of armor was gone, I felt stripped bare, yet one thing remained, the katana at my side. It was all I had left, and soon I realized it had become my only worth. People no longer looked at me as a man. They looked at the blade. Merchants who had scoffed at my promises still kept their distance from the hilt. Villagers who muttered Ronin under their breath stepped aside in the street when their eyes fell on the weapon. Even children who once begged to glimpse a samurai's sword were pulled back in fear. The steel commanded a kind of respect, but it was not the respect I had once known. It was the wary regard a man gives to a wild dog, not out of admiration, but out of fear of the bite. I clung to it for another reason. Without armor, without land, without a lord, the sword was the last thread binding me to the man I had once been. I polished it each night as though the act could keep my past alive. The campaigns I had fought, the banners I had followed, the voice of my master calling me to charge. In its reflection, I sometimes saw not the man I was, but the man I had been, and for a fleeting moment, I belonged to something greater than hunger. But the truth pressed closer with each passing day. The katana was valuable, more valuable than anything else I possessed. More than once, a merchant or wealthy traveler offered me silver for it. One even claimed he wanted it for his son, to make a fine display piece in his household. The sum he named could have fed my family for months. My throat tightened at the offer, but I refused. To part with the blade would have been to part with the last fragment of dignity I carried. Others did not ask with coin, they thought to take it. Bandits eyed it openly when I walked the roads. At an inn one night, a drunkard stumbled into me, sneering, "A Ronin with a sword is just a beggar with a toy." His hand reached for the hilt. Mine closed over his wrist before thought could even catch up. The room went silent, the other guests frozen. For a moment, the drunkard's bravado drained, replaced by the pale fear of a man who suddenly understood he had risked his life for a jest. He pulled back, muttering curses, but the eyes that lingered on me were not filled with pity or scorn. They were filled with unease. That was when I understood. The katana no longer marked me as a retainer of honor. It marked me as dangerous. To the world, I was not a protector, but a blade walking on two legs. The sword gave me a place, yes, but that place was not beside lords in the hall or comrades at the table. It was on the margins, feared, mistrusted, and tolerated only because of what damage I might do if provoked. So I polished it still, not out of pride, but out of necessity. It was the last thing that told the world I was not yet finished. As long as I carried it, people could not forget I had teeth, even if they no longer believed I had honor. The sword at my side gave me worth, but it also gave me a shadow. Wherever I carried it, the world no longer saw a retainer of honor. They saw danger. Each town I entered looked at me not as a warrior, but as a threat. The first time I truly felt it was on the road to a market town I had visited many times in my years of service. In those days, children would run to greet us, tugging at our sleeves, asking to touch the lacquered plates of our armor. Villagers would bow low as we passed, their faces lit with relief at the sight of samurai guarding the roads. But when I walked through the gate as a Ronin, bare of armor and alone, the air shifted. The guards straightened, their hands on their spears. Women ushered children inside. The only sound was the click of sandals on dirt as I moved through streets that had once welcomed me. I went to an inn, hoping for a bowl of broth and a night's rest. The innkeeper's smile faltered when he saw the sword. His eyes darted to it, then to my ragged clothes, then back again. "We're full," he said, though I could see empty mats in the corner. I pressed a few coins into his hand. His lips thinned, but he took them, leading me to the farthest corner of the room, away from the other guests. That night, I slept with my back against the wall, the weight of a dozen suspicious stares pressing down harder than the thin blanket. It became the same everywhere I went. The moment I entered a town, people watched me, not with admiration, but with unease. To them, I was not a guest, but a storm, unpredictable, dangerous, and better avoided. If a fight broke out in the street, eyes turned to me first. If something went missing, my name was the first whispered. Once, when a fire spread through a stable, I arrived with others to throw buckets of water. But the villagers shouted for me to stand back, as if my presence alone might spark more flames. The shame of it was not only in their suspicion, but in the truth buried beneath it. I could not tell them they were wrong. A Ronin carried no leash, no master to bind his sword. If hunger grew sharp enough, if desperation cornered him, who was to say he would not draw the blade against those who once called him protector? I knew I had not fallen that far, not yet. But they could not know, and so every step I took among them carried the weight of their fear. I began to keep to the edges of towns, slipping in only when I had no choice. I avoided the squares where people gathered, kept my head low at markets, lingered near the shrines rather than the inns. But avoidance did not erase the truth. To the world, I was not a warrior upholding peace. I was a blade walking on two legs, and blades were meant for cutting. That was the cruelest turn in my fall, that the sword which once marked me as protector now marked me as threat. My worth and my curse had become the same thing. Suspicion was heavy enough from grown men, but the hardest sting came from the way parents shielded their children. In every town I entered, the word Ronin carried ahead of me like a curse. The moment it was spoken, parents pulled their children inside. I had once been a figure children admired. I remember little ones running behind us as we rode out under my Lord's banner, their voices bright with excitement. They would beg to see our swords, daring each other to touch the edge of a scabbard. Their laughter followed us long after we left the village. To them, samurai were living proof that honor and protection existed in the world. I had been proud of that, proud to inspire awe in the next generation. But as a Ronin, that awe soured into fear. In one village, as I walked past a row of wooden houses, a boy peered at me from behind his mother's sleeve. His eyes were wide with curiosity, but when he whispered, "Samurai," the mother hissed the word Ronin in reply. Her arms wrapped around him like a shield, and she pulled him into the house so quickly the sliding door rattled shut. The boy's gaze lingered for just a heartbeat before vanishing. It happened again and again. In marketplaces, a child would point at me, and the parent's face would pale. I heard their mutters, "Don't look at him. Don't speak to him. Ronin bring trouble." Once, a girl reached out to touch my scabbard, much like children once had, but her father yanked her back so roughly she began to cry. He bowed hastily to me, not out of respect, but out of fear that I might take offense. Then he carried her off, whispering warnings she would not understand until she was older. Each time it happened, something inside me tightened. I wanted to kneel, to tell the children that I had once been the man they imagined, that I had fought to protect their fields, their homes, their families, that the sword I carried was not only for killing, but had once been for defending. But my mouth never opened. Their parents' eyes told me the truth. My words would not matter. Whatever I had been, I was not that anymore. To speak would only frighten them further. The word Ronin itself had become poison. It carried the weight of danger, dishonor, unpredictability. A samurai was bound to his master's code, but a Ronin was bound to nothing but hunger and survival. Parents feared that I might lash out if angered, or worse, try to lure their children with promises of swords and adventure. So they pulled them away before I could even be near. I walked on, each door sliding shut in my wake like a sentence passed against me. The streets emptied as I approached, filled again only once I had gone. I was not just unwanted, I was unfit for the gaze of children. That truth cut deeper than hunger, deeper than debt, deeper than the whispers of men who had once fought beside me. What does it mean when a society hides its children from you? It means you are no longer seen as a man, but as a shadow to be avoided. And so I walked the road with only my shadow for company, hearing the echo of doors closing behind me like a drumbeat marking my fall. The sound of doors sliding shut behind me was a reminder that I was alone. Yet when I stopped at inns along the roads, I discovered I was not the only one carrying that burden. Other masterless men lingered there, drinking away what little they earned. At first I avoided them. I sat apart, keeping my distance, polishing my blade while they laughed too loudly over their sake. Their clothes were ragged, their armor long-soled, their swords dulled from neglect. They reminded me of the path I was already on, and I did not wish to see my reflection in them. But no matter how far I sat, their voices carried, rough, bitter, restless. Some boasted of past glories, of battles fought under banners now fallen. Others cursed the lords who had abandoned them, their words thick with drink and fury. And some said nothing at all, staring into their cups as though the liquid might hold an answer to the shame that clung to them. I recognized that silence more than the shouts. It was the silence I carried myself when the laughter of children turned to fear, when the villagers muttered Ronin as if it were a curse. One night I could not help but listen. Two Ronin argued over a handful of coins, their hands drifting closer to their blades with each insult. The innkeeper's face tightened as he poured more sake, hoping to keep them calm. In the end, neither drew steel, but the tension hung thick in the air. I realized then how close desperation kept us all to violence. Drink dulled the hunger, but sharpened old wounds. Not all the Ronin were bitter. Some were broken. I remember one man in particular, his kimono stained, his hair unkempt. He told me he had once commanded men in battle. His lord had died, and in his grief he had not taken his own life. Now he wandered, ashamed to live, unable to die. He laughed as he spoke, but his eyes betrayed him. They were the eyes of a man who no longer believed in tomorrow. He raised his cup and said, "We are like dogs without masters, free to roam, but fed by no one." Then he drank until his head fell to the table. I did not drink with them often, but I understood their need. For a few coins, a man could forget the silence of children's stares, the suspicion of townsfolk, the cold road that awaited him in the morning. A cup of sake gave the illusion of warmth, of fellowship, of a world that had not yet cast us out. And though I resisted it many nights, I knew that resistance could only last so long. Hunger gnawed at the belly, but loneliness gnawed at the heart. The inns became places not of rest, but of reminders. Each Ronin I saw was a glimpse of what I was becoming. Some nights I told myself I would not end as they had, bitter, drunk, and wasted. Other nights I wondered if I already had. Those nights in the inns showed me how far a man could fall when stripped of purpose. The laughter, the bitterness, the silence, all of it was a mask for despair. But despair does not sit quietly forever. For some Ronin, drink was not enough. They turned to banditry, and once they did, the rest of us were judged alongside them. I began to hear the stories whispered at markets and shrines. A caravan ambushed on the road, a village raided in the dead of night, travelers beaten, goods stolen, sometimes lives taken. And always the culprits were described the same way. Men with swords, men without masters. The word Ronin spread like smoke through every tale of violence. It did not matter if I had raised a hand or not. The stain of their deeds covered us all. One evening, as I approached a small town, I was stopped at the gate by nervous guards. Their eyes lingered on my katana, their knuckles white around their spears. "No trouble," one muttered, his voice tight. "We've had enough of your kind." I wanted to tell him I had caused no harm, that my blade had only been drawn in service, never in theft. But the words dried in my throat. He would not believe me. In his mind, I was no different from the Ronin who prowled the forests and preyed on the weak. The suspicion bled into every part of life. Inns charged me double, claiming rooms were scarce. Merchants weighed my coins twice, certain I would cheat them. Farmers crossed themselves when I passed their fields, as though my shadow alone might curse their harvest. And when theft or violence struck anywhere nearby, eyes turned to me first. The bitter truth was that I understood why. Hunger does not leave a man with many choices. I had seen it in the eyes of Ronin at the inns, that hollow stare, that twitch of the hand toward the hilt when the purse grew too light. Some gave in. They gathered in small bands, striking travellers or seizing what little villages had. To them, it was survival. To everyone else, it was proof that a masterless man was a danger to all. Once I was nearly caught in their shadow. A village elder accused me of stealing grain after a storehouse was broken into. I had not even been in the village when it happened, but my denial meant nothing. His words carried weight, mine did not. Only after the real culprits were caught, 3 starving Ronin, gaunt as ghosts, was I cleared. But the suspicion lingered. Some villagers still glanced at me as if wondering whether I had simply been clever enough not to be caught. It was a curse I could not shake. Even when I walked the road with an empty stomach, refusing to take what was not mine, I wore the brand of a thief. To peasants and townsfolk alike, a Ronin was a blade with no leash, and every blade, untethered, was bound to cut sooner or later. So I carried the shame of others as well as my own. Their choices became my burden, their crimes my chains. And though I did not join them, a part of me feared the day hunger might drive me to. Survival does not wait for pride. Hunger gnawed at me no matter how tightly I clung to my dignity, and so I began to accept the summons that sometimes reached men like me. But these were not the honourable calls to service I had once known. For a Ronin, work came only when a daimyo needed a disposable sword. The summons never came with ceremony, no banners, no retainer sent to deliver words of respect. Instead, a servant or steward would appear at the edge of an inn, whispering of coin for any man desperate enough to risk his life. I remember one such day clearly. A group of us, men worn thin by the road, faces lined with shame, were herded into the back of a hall like cattle. The lord sat high above, surrounded by retainers polished in their armour, their sneers plain as they looked down at us. The daimyo did not speak to us as warriors. He spoke as if he were addressing tools he would soon discard. He needed the roads disrupted, he said. His rivals' supplies slowed. He needed noise made in the night to unsettle a nearby village. None of his own men would be risked for such tasks. That was for men like us. Men who could die without consequence. We bowed, not because respect compelled us, but because hunger had bent us already. That night we rode out, but not under banners, not as an army with discipline. We were a handful of scattered men thrown together, expected to fight like shadows and bleed in silence. I remember watching his true samurai remain behind, polishing their armor, their laughter carrying faintly as we disappeared into the dark. They would not waste themselves. We were the ones sent into ambushes, the ones placed at the front of hopeless skirmishes, the ones told to fight and then forgotten once the dust settled. The contempt was never hidden. Retainers would sneer when they passed us, muttering that carrion birds had gathered. Once I heard a lord laugh openly, saying, "Let the Ronin test the steel of our foes. If they fall, we lose nothing. If they win, we gain much." His words were not meant for us, but he did not care if we heard. To him, our deaths were cheap. Our lives were worth only the silver pressed into our palms, silver he could easily spare. It was not only the danger of the tasks that cut me, though danger was constant. It was the knowledge that I was no longer trusted with anything of value. Once my Lord had entrusted me with his household, his family's safety, the defense of his honor. Now I was given only the scraps no one else wished to touch, raids that accomplished little, missions that gained no glory, battles where the only certainty was blood spilled for another man's pride. Every time I accepted, I told myself it was only for a short while that fortune might turn. But each summons I answered stripped away more of who I had been. I began to see clearly what I had become in their eyes. Not a retainer, not a warrior, not even a man to be remembered. Only a blade to be dulled and discarded once broken. That was the truth of it. For the daimyos who summoned us, our lives were already forfeit the moment we bowed. The lords who summoned us made it clear we were expendable. That was humiliation enough. But the deeper wound came after the fighting was done. The payment was small, the danger was great, and the promises they made were rarely kept. I remember one campaign when we were told we'd be richly rewarded for escorting a supply caravan through a mountain pass. The road was treacherous, and more than once we were ambushed by men who knew the terrain better than we did. Blades flashed in the dark, arrows rained from cliffs, and by the time we reached our destination, 3 of our number had fallen. Their bodies were buried in shallow graves at the roadside, marked only with loose stones piled in haste. We mourned them in silence, but there was no time for ceremony. Hunger waits for no man. At the Lord's Hall we came to collect the reward we had been promised. I still remember the steward's face as he dropped a handful of coins into my palm, half the amount agreed upon. "The rest," he said coldly, "will cover the burial of your companions." His words burned hotter than any wound I'd suffered. They had given their lives, and even in death they were robbed. The silver that should have gone to their families lined another man's purse. It became a pattern I came to know too well. At the start of every mission, the words were the same: "Serve well, and you will be paid." But when the work was done, excuses flowed as easily as water. The chest was light, they said. The stipend had already been distributed to true retainers. Times were hard. We were lucky to receive anything at all, and we swallowed the lies because we were too hungry to walk away with nothing. What cut deepest was not only the theft of coin, but the refusal of respect. Once, when I served my Lord, a wound carried home from battle was met with honor. My scars were proof of loyalty. Now, when I returned limping, blood still fresh on my clothes, I was met with indifference. If I complained, I was told another Ronin could take my place. If I demanded fairness, a hand drifted toward a sword hilt in warning. We were not men to be rewarded. We were shadows to be dismissed. The betrayal of it hollowed me more than the danger of the work itself. I knew every mission could be my last. But what made it unbearable was knowing that even if I survived, my loyalty would mean nothing. I was risking my life for men who would never so much as remember my name, let alone honor the sacrifice. The only reward was a few thin coins, often less than promised, and the cold reminder that I was useful only until I asked for more. More than once, I told myself I would not return the next time I was called, that I would starve before bowing again for lies and scraps. But starvation is a tyrant fiercer than any lord. Each time, when the summons came, I answered, and each time I walked away with another scar, another handful of silver, and another piece of my dignity carved away. That was the life of a Ronin, to fight battles too small for honor but large enough for death, to serve lords who never saw us as men, and to accept payment that mocked the blood we spilled. Loyalty was demanded, but never returned. And still we bowed, because the alternative was to starve on the roadside, forgotten without even a shallow grave. The betrayal of lords hollowed me, but even that work was not always offered. When the summons from daimyos grew scarce, I found myself lowering my blade still further. I began guarding merchants, and each step I took beside their wagons was a wound deeper than any arrow could pierce. Once I had defended castles, estates, and the names of noble houses. My life had been bound to honor, my sword drawn only in the service of something greater than myself. To walk behind traders' carts, watching over bolts of silk or barrels of sake, felt like a parody of what I had once been. Every footstep echoed with shame, a samurai reduced to a hired hand. The merchants knew it too. They did not look at me as a protector, but as a tool they had rented for a few days' travel. Their voices were sharp, their eyes calculating, as though they expected me to steal the very goods I had been paid to guard. When they handed me my pay, it was with the same expression one gives a beggar, a mixture of pity and disgust. The work itself carried its own humiliation. I remember trudging beside oxen carts through muddy roads, my sandals caked with filth, my hand resting on my sword as if the stench alone might attack. Merchants barked orders at me as though I were a servant. Stay close to the wagons. Keep your eyes on the tree line. I obeyed because hunger had left me no choice, but each word carved deeper into the hollow place where my pride once lived. And when bandits came, as they often did, the fight brought no satisfaction. I cut men down in ditches and fields, defending cargo I cared nothing for. There was no banner to rally behind, no comrades at my side, no honor in the clash. Only merchants shrieking for me to stand firm, their faces pale with fear, clutching their ledgers tighter than their lives. When the fight ended, they would nod stiffly, as if I had merely done my job. My wounds were irrelevant. Their cargo was safe, and that was all that mattered. The pay was meager, but the shame was heavy. Each coin clinked with the sound of my own fall. I told myself it was survival, that guarding merchants was better than starving. But every time I walked beside a wagon, I felt the weight of invisible eyes, the eyes of my ancestors, of my lord, of the samurai I once had called brothers. I imagined their silence, their disappointment, and it was almost worse than hunger itself. That was the lowest cut of all, not the danger, not the meager pay, but the knowledge that I had crossed a line. I was no longer a man defending honor. I was a Ronin guarding coin, and the shame of that truth followed me with every step. Guarding merchants was shame enough, but even that work left its own scars. Word spread quickly that I was a Ronin for hire, and with it came another humiliation. In taverns and inns, drunken men saw me as a target. They tested me, eager to prove themselves against a masterless samurai. It began with whispers over cups of sake. A merchant's apprentice or a farmer with too much rice wine would point in my direction and laugh. A Ronin, they'd say, a man without a leash. At first it was only words. I ignored them, staring into my drink, polishing my blade, pretending their voices were far away. But drink gives courage to fools, and soon words turned to challenges. One night, a young man staggered up to my table, cheeks flushed, his friends egging him on from the corner. "Show me your steel," he demanded, his hand clutching a stick as though it were a sword. I looked into his eyes and saw no hatred, only reckless pride. He wanted a story to boast of in the morning, that he had faced a Ronin and lived to tell it. I told him to sit, to return to his drink. He spat on the floor and called me coward. The room grew silent, all eyes on me, waiting to see if the masterless samurai still had teeth. I drew my blade an inch from its sheath, just enough for the steel to glint in the firelight. His courage dissolved. He stumbled back to his table, but the laughter that followed was not mine to share. It never stopped. Night after night, the pattern repeated. Some men challenged me for sport, others for pride, and a few out of hatred for what I represented. A Ronin was a mirror of all they feared: dishonor, failure, disgrace. To strike me down would be to prove themselves above that fate. Not all challenges were harmless. Once, in a roadside inn, a drunk samurai retainer took offense at my presence. His lord still lived, and he wore his loyalty like armor. He sneered as he approached, his words dripping with contempt. "A dog without a master," he called me. "Why keep living when your lord does not?" His hand moved to his hilt. Mine did too. The clash was brief, steel flashing in the lantern light, tables overturned as the innkeeper cried out. I disarmed him without killing him, but the damage was done. The other patrons stared as though I had brought plague into their midst. I left before the night was over, my blood still hot, my shame heavier than my sword. What made it worse was that victory gave me nothing. Even when I stood firm, even when I proved my skill had not left me, the only reward was another scar, another whisper of Ronin spoken with scorn. To fight a drunk was no honor. To win against him was no glory. It was survival, and survival brought no respect. I came to dread the inns as much as the empty road. Hunger forced me inside, but I knew that every time I sat at a table, eyes would linger too long, and sooner or later some fool would decide to test me. It was a life of endless vigilance, not against armies, but against prideful men with cups in their hands and nothing to lose. And each time I drew steel, I felt my dignity slip further. Once, my sword had defended my lord's banner. Now it was drawn against drunkards in taverns, fools who thought themselves brave because they had cornered a Ronin. Each duel left me with nothing but another scar to carry into the morning, proof that I still lived, but lived without honor. The drunken challenges never stopped, and neither did the fights. At first I told myself they meant nothing, that I could endure them the way a man endures rain on the road. But over time, I began to feel the truth settle in my bones. Each fight left me with nothing but scars. It was not only the cuts and bruises, those heal in time. It was the slow grinding away of strength, the way each meaningless clash chipped at the man I had once been. Once my wounds were marks of loyalty, scars earned in the defense of my lord, proof of service carried proudly into the hall. Now, each cut was hollow, a reminder that I had bled for nothing but survival, or worse, for the amusement of fools. I remember one night when a drunk merchant's son pushed too far. He challenged me outside the inn, staggering into the dirt with a blade he had likely never wielded before. I tried to refuse, but the crowd pressed in, eager for spectacle. His friends shouted, jeered, demanded I draw steel. To walk away would have branded me coward, but to fight him would bring only shame. I chose survival. The boy lunged, sloppy and reckless. I parried once, struck once, and he lay writhing in the mud, his arms split open. The crowd's laughter turned to silence. They looked at me not as a man defending himself, but as a predator who had mauled easy prey. His cries followed me long after I left, and the wound on his arm scarred deeper into me than into him. Each encounter wore me thinner. My shoulders ached from restless nights. My grip stiffened around the hilt as if my body grew tired of answering every challenge with steel. I began to dread the weight of the sword itself, not for what it might do to others, but for what it did to me. The blade that once gave me pride now dragged me further into disgrace, one shallow victory at a time. And still, the scars multiplied. A slice across my thigh from a drunken farmer with a borrowed blade. A shallow cut on my face from a gambler who thought luck might carry him through a duel. Bruised ribs from a brawl in an alley when 3 men decided to test me all at once. Each wound healed poorly, for I had no surgeon, no steady hand to mend them as in the days when I rode with my lord. The marks remained, scattered across my body like tally marks of shame. Victory gave me nothing but another reason to hide in the shadows. Loss was unthinkable, yet winning brought no reward. The scars were not honored, not respected, not remembered. They were only proof that I was still alive, and that life itself was the only prize left to a Ronin. Worse than the pain was the emptiness. I no longer fought for ideals, for loyalty, for the name of my master. I fought because men pushed me into corners, because hunger forced me into inns where insults flew as freely as sack. Every wound became a sentence, another reminder that I was a man dragged into battles that had no meaning. I began to understand that the scars I carried were not only carved into my flesh, but into my spirit. They hardened me, but not into strength, only into endurance. I could survive, yes, but survival had become nothing but another scar, invisible yet deeper than all the rest. The scars marked me on the outside, but they were not the only proof of my decline. Each new wound left me weaker, slower, more weary of the life I dragged behind me. And when the fights ended, when the laughter of drunkards faded into the night, I was left with another reminder of my fall. I had no place to rest. Nights offered no shelter. Once, I had slept within walls, beneath a roof, protected by the presence of comrades. I had known the warmth of a fire tended by servants, the steady rhythm of voices trading stories in the safety of a hall. But as a Ronin, those comforts vanished. The inns were unwelcoming, their doors closing early, the keepers suspicious of men like me. When they did allow me inside, it was at double the price, and often in a corner far from others. More often than not, I was forced to seek what rest I could outside. The bridges became my companions. I lay beneath their beams while carts rattled above, the planks groaning under weight I could not see. The earth beneath was damp, the air filled with the stink of water and rot. Sleep came fitfully, each sound in the dark a threat. The shuffle of feet, the splash of water, the whisper of voices that might belong to thieves. I woke often, my hand on my sword, heart racing with the certainty that someone would strike while I lay exposed. Shrines offered a different kind of shelter, though not without shame. I would kneel before the altar, offering prayers I could not believe were heard, then curl into a corner like a stray dog. Sometimes monks would leave a bowl of rice, wordless in their pity. Other times they would send me away, saying the shrine was for the faithful, not for men who carried the weight of dishonor. Even when I was allowed to stay, I felt the weight of unseen eyes, ancestors, gods, my Lord himself. watching as I turned their sacred ground into my bedding. And then there were the nights spent in fields. The earth was my mat, the sky my roof. In winter, frost bit through my cloak until my bones ached. In summer, insects swarmed, their bites raising welts that burned long into the next day. The wind offered no comfort, only reminders that I was unguarded, unwelcome, and alone. I stared up at the stars and wondered if my Lord's Spirit looked down upon me, and if he did, whether he mourned my survival or cursed it. Even when sleep found me, it was no relief. Dreams carried me back to the halls I had lost, to the laughter of brothers who no longer spoke my name, to the warmth of a fire that no longer welcomed me. I woke with those memories sharper than any scar, my hand on an empty stomach, the road stretching before me without end. It was in those nights, lying beneath bridges, huddled in shrines, shivering in fields, that I understood just how far I had fallen. A samurai without a roof is not a samurai at all. He is only a shadow, chasing warmth that will never come. And so, the nights became another wound I carried, not carved into flesh, but into the memory of what it meant to belong somewhere. The nights stripped me of comfort, but the days punished me just as harshly. Without walls to shield me, I lived at the mercy of the sky. The elements became another enemy I could not strike down. The elements punished me. Rain was the worst in its persistence. A steady drizzle could soak me through in hours, my cloak clinging to my skin, my sandals squelching with each step. The wet crept into everything, bedding, clothes, even the scabbard of my sword. I spent nights shivering beneath bridges, water dripping down onto my face, listening to the steady rhythm until it felt like the earth itself was mocking me. Armor had once kept the rain from cutting through to my bones, but with it gone, every drop was another reminder of how exposed I was. Then came the storms. Thunder shook the ground, lightning split the sky, and I lay pressed against the earth, praying the flash would not find me. Trees offered little shelter. I once took refuge beneath a great cedar, only to hear it split in half with a sound like a cannon, crashing down not 20 paces from where I lay. The world seemed eager to crush me, to remind me that a masterless man had no place in it. The winters were worse still. Frost hardened the ground, and no fire could last against the wind that cut through cloth and skin alike. I woke often with my fingers too stiff to grip the hilt of my blade, my breath a cloud before my face. There were nights when I pressed my arms around my chest, certain that I would not wake with the sun. My teeth chattered until my jaw ached, my body trembling with the effort of clinging to life. Each dawn felt less like a victory than a punishment, another day to endure. Summer brought its own cruelties. The sun burned without mercy, baking the earth until the air itself seemed to shimmer. I marched along dusty roads with my tongue swollen, thirst gnawing at me more fiercely than hunger ever had. Sweat drenched my clothes, stung my eyes, and still the sun bore down, cooking me in my own skin. There was no respite, no shade lasting long enough to offer relief. Even the nights gave little comfort. The heat lingered, turning every breath into fire. And always there were the winds. In the mountains they screamed like angry spirits, pushing me sideways on narrow paths where one misstep could mean death. In the plains they carried dust, filling my eyes and mouth until I could barely see the road ahead. In the villages they howled through gaps in shutters, reminding me even when under a roof that I belonged to the mercy of nature, not the protection of any master. What shamed me most was remembering how it had once been. As a samurai, I had cursed the rain during campaigns, the cold during winter marches, the heat of summer armor. Yet there had always been a hall to return to, a fire to warm me, servants to mend what the weather had broken. Now there was nothing between me and the sky. No walls, no roof, no Lord's protection. Only the raw cruelty of nature, striking me again and again. I came to dread the changing of seasons as much as the turning of a blade. For each new season brought a new punishment, a new way for the world to remind me that I was unmoored. The scars on my body came not only from fights and duels, but from frostbite, sunburn, and endless nights of rain. The elements had become another master, and unlike my lord, they showed no mercy. The rains soaked me, the winters froze me, the summers burned me. Nature itself had become my master, and its discipline was harsher than any daimyo's command. But as brutal as the elements were, the heavier punishment came from within. When the cold lingered too long, when the hunger gnawed too sharp, when the shame pressed down so hard I could scarcely breathe, a darker whisper crept into my mind. The thought of seppuku haunted me. I had seen it done in my years of service. I had watched comrades choose the blade rather than live in disgrace. Some had done it for failure, some for loyalty, some for reasons whispered only to the gods. The act was not merely death, it was meant to be a final proof of honor, a way to show that even in failure, a samurai could still control his end. My lord had praised such resolve, saying a clean death could redeem even the deepest shame. And so I thought of it often. Alone in the fields beneath a cold sky, my sword resting at my side, I would stare at the hilt and wonder if tonight should be the night. The blade was sharp enough, the ritual was simple enough, and what did I still have to protect? Not my lord, not my clan, not my honor, only the hollow shell of a man dragging himself through days that offered no meaning but survival. There were moments when I imagined it fully. I pictured myself kneeling in silence, the steel gleaming in the moonlight, my breath steady for the first time in years. I could almost feel the relief that would come with the cut. Not relief from pain, but relief from disgrace. No more whispers of Ronin, no more shame in the marketplace, no more nights without a roof or days scorched and frozen by the sky, only stillness. And yet even as the thought pressed closer, my hand never moved to draw the blade. Something held me back, something I could not name. Perhaps it was cowardice, though I had faced death countless times before. Perhaps it was stubbornness, a refusal to give the world the satisfaction of seeing me fall by my own hand. Or perhaps it was the faintest thread of hope, not that I would be restored, but that life might yet offer something beyond shame. The thought never left me though. It lingered with every setback, every insult, every wound. In the laughter of drunkards testing me, I heard it whisper, "Why endure this? End it." In the sneers of merchants refusing me credit, the whisper grew louder. Better to die once with dignity than live each day in humiliation. Even in the silence of shrines, as incense curled toward the rafters, the thought clung to me like smoke. This could be the place. This could be the night. I carried that ghost with me more faithfully than any companion. It walked beside me on the roads. It lay beside me beneath bridges. It kept me company in fields where no other soul would. It did not leave when the sun rose, nor when the stars appeared. Always it waited. Always it reminded me that there was a way to end what I had become. The elements punished my body. but the thought of seppuku punished my spirit. Each day I lived was not only survival but defiance, not only against hunger and cold, but against the blade that beckoned me to end it. And though I did not draw it, I knew that one day perhaps I might. The thought of seppuku followed me like a shadow, whispering its promise of escape when hunger, cold, and shame became too heavy. There were nights when the blade rested near my hands, and I felt the weight of choice pressing down on me. But no matter how close I came, no matter how deeply the thought tempted me, I did not draw steel against myself, yet stubbornness chained me to life. I cannot say whether it was courage or cowardice. Some might argue that only a weak man clings to existence when his honor is already gone. Others might claim it takes strength to face each day when every day is punishment. I only know that each morning I woke, the sky still above me, the dust still beneath me, and my heart still beating though it begged for rest. Perhaps it was spite. A part of me wanted to deny the world the sight of my self-destruction. The villagers who muttered Ronin under their breath, the retainers who laughed at my fall, the lords who used me as fodder, none of them would see me kneel and cut open my belly as if to confirm their judgment. If I was to die, it would not be at their convenience. I would not give them that satisfaction. Perhaps it was the faintest ember of hope. I told myself fortune changes quickly. I had seen men rise and fall in the span of a season. If such a fate could strike me down, could it not one day lift me again? It was a fragile lie, but sometimes even lies are enough to keep a man moving. So I told myself that tomorrow might be different, that tomorrow I might find work worth the steel I carried, or shelter to ease the ache in my bones, or simply a meal that would fill my belly. Tomorrow rarely brought such gifts, but the thought of it was enough to hold me back from the blade. And then there was my family. I carried their faces with me wherever I went, my wife's silent questions, my children's hungry eyes. They bore my disgrace as surely as I did. To abandon them through seppuku would have been to abandon the only duty left to me. Even if I could no longer serve my Lord, I could still endure for them. My shame was my own, but my survival meant they might yet endure another day with me. The stubbornness grew into habit. Each time despair whispered for me to end it, I answered with silence. I tightened my grip on life the way I once tightened my grip on the hilt, refusing to release it even as my arms trembled. And with each refusal, the chain around me grew stronger. It was not honor that bound me, nor loyalty, nor duty to a master. It was something more primal, the sheer will not to surrender, even when surrender seemed the only path left. I cannot claim that stubbornness made me noble. It did not restore what I had lost, nor silence the whispers that followed me wherever I went. But it kept me walking, it kept me breathing, and in the life of a Ronin, sometimes that is the greatest rebellion of all, to live when everything in the world urges you to die. My stubbornness chained me to life, but it was not only my burden that kept me moving forward. Survival is never carried by one man alone. As I dragged myself through hunger and shame, my family bore the weight too. In the days of my service, my household had been secure. Rice came in steady measure, cloth was mended and replaced, and my wife walked the village streets without fear of whispered words. My children were greeted kindly, their names spoken with pride as the children of a samurai. Those days vanished with my Lord. When my honor fell, theirs was stripped away beside it. I still remember the look in my wife's eyes the first time I returned empty-handed from the market. She said nothing, but her silence spoke volumes. She ladled thin broth into bowls, stretching what little we had, and set aside her own portion so the children could eat a little more. She did not complain, but her shoulders grew thinner, her hands rougher, her gaze heavier. Each sacrifice she made for me was another reminder of the shame I had dragged into our home. The children understood in ways they should not have had to. My eldest once asked if I could not simply find another Lord. His voice was innocent, but the question cut deeper than any blade. I had no answer. No banner would claim me, no master would shoulder my disgrace. He grew quiet after that, learning too soon the truth that life had no easy path. My younger children asked smaller questions: why the rice jar never seemed full, why their mother's kimono grew more frayed each season. I told them what comfort I could, but lies taste bitter even on a father's tongue. The village treated them differently too. Where once neighbors invited them to play or to share meals, now doors closed quietly when they approached. My wife endured the whispers of other women, voices that spoke of her as cursed for tying her life to mine. She walked with her head down, and in her silence I heard every insult she carried. I knew that my stubborn will to survive chained them to my suffering as much as it did me. Had I chosen the blade, their shame might have been shorter, their burden lighter. But I could not. I could not leave them to face the world alone, and so they bore the weight beside me, step for step. Their suffering was not spoken in words, but shown in thinner faces, in calloused hands, in the quiet resignation that settled into their eyes. Each day I lived, I told myself I endured for them. But the truth is, each day I endured, I dragged them with me deeper into disgrace. My survival brought us more days together, but it also brought them more days of shame. And that is a weight no stubbornness can lighten. My wife bore her share of silence, and I carried the weight of my disgrace. But what cut deepest was seeing how it fell upon my children. They had not fought beside my Lord. They had not chosen survival over death. Yet they carried the mark all the same. My children were known as Ronin's blood. It began with whispers. Children in the village who once ran together now kept their distance. Parents pulled their sons and daughters aside, warning them not to linger too long with mine. That one's father has no master, they muttered. Shame follows him like a shadow. My eldest tried to hide the pain, but I saw it in the way his shoulders stiffened when others turned away. My younger ones asked why no one wanted to play anymore. I had no answer that would not break them. Schooling grew harder too. Where once the village tutor welcomed them, now he looked at them with suspicion. He assigned them the worst seats, the heaviest chores, and reminded them, always in front of others, that they must work twice as hard to prove they were not tainted by my disgrace. It was not their laziness he feared, it was my name. They bore the burden of my failure each time they stepped into that room. The cruelty of children can be sharper than any blade. My daughter returned home one day with tears streaking her cheeks, her hands balled into fists. She had been called Ronin's daughter by another girl, and the insult had carried more weight than if it had been aimed at me. She asked if it was true, if our family was cursed. I held her, told her no, but even as I said the words, I knew they rang hollow. For in the eyes of the village it was true. I tried to shield them where I could. I walked them to the market, kept them close at the shrine, stood watch when they played in the fields. But even then, the stares followed. Whispers drifted just loud enough for me to hear. Poor children. They will never escape his shame. I clenched my jaw and said nothing, because no sword could silence such voices. To answer them with steel would only make the whispers louder, harsher, heavier for my children to bear. I wondered often if my survival had condemned them more than my death would have. Had I chosen seppuku when my lord fell, they might have been remembered as the children of a man who died with honor. Instead, they were forced to live as the children of a man who could not. Every door closed to me also closed to them, and each insult hurled at me struck them as well. Still, they endured. My eldest grew quieter, more withdrawn, carrying the weight with a grim resolve. My daughter learned to meet stares with silence, though I saw the tears she shed in private. Even the youngest, too small to understand, sensed the difference. They lived as though branded, and no matter how far we walked, the mark of Ronin's blood followed them. It was then I understood that my shame was no longer mine alone. It was carved into my family, etched into the lives of children who had done nothing to deserve it. And that truth haunted me more than hunger, more than scars, more even than the thought of seppuku. For I could endure disgrace for myself, but to watch it passed on to my children was a punishment deeper than any blade could reach. The mark of my shame did not end with whispers aimed at my children. That stain grew heavier with each season until it became more than insult or avoidance. The world no longer merely distrusted me, it accused me. False accusations followed me wherever I went. It began in small ways: a sack of rice missing from a storehouse, a villager's purse gone astray, a broken fence left untended. Eyes turned toward me, as though my presence itself explained the loss. No proof was offered, no witness came forward. It was enough that I was a Ronin. In their minds, what else could a man like me do but steal? I remember one morning when I walked into a village square and saw the murmurs begin before I had spoken a word. The night before, thieves had raided a granary. The farmers looked at me with narrowed eyes, and a voice from the crowd muttered, "He carries a sword but no master." Who else could it be? My mouth went dry. I wanted to shout my innocence, to remind them that I had once protected fields like theirs from raiders. But the words died before I could speak. They would not believe me. In their eyes, my very survival was proof of guilt. The pattern repeated wherever I traveled. A shrine robbed of offerings. The priest's glance lingered on me. A merchant cheated in a deal. He raised his voice at my approach. Children frightened by shadows. Their parents hushed them quickly and said, "The Ronin walks nearby." My name became a curse, spoken in anger whenever misfortune struck. It did not matter if I was near or far, whether I had set foot in a village or only passed along its road. Blame sought me out like a hound, relentless and sharp-toothed. Once the weight of such suspicion nearly ended me. A lord's retainers stopped me on the road, demanding to know why a man of no clan was travelling so close to their lands. A theft had occurred in a nearby village, chickens and grain stolen in the night, and the peasants had whispered my name as if it were truth. I swore I had taken nothing. They laughed, circling me, hands resting on hilts. "A Ronin's denial is worth less than a beggar's word," one of them spat. I braced myself for steel, but fortune spared me. Another traveller vouched for seeing me elsewhere that night. Even then, the retainers released me with a warning. "Next time, there will be no witness." Their eyes told me plainly they longed for that next time. The shame of those moments cut deeper than hunger or scars. To be distrusted was one thing, to be accused outright was another. Every false charge carried the same message. I was already guilty in the world's eyes. No proof was needed, no trial required. The brand of Ronin was proof enough. I carried that truth heavily. Each step on the road brought with it the knowledge that I could be blamed for anything at any time, and no words of mine would change it. Every theft, every fight, every crime left unsolved hung above me like a blade waiting to fall. I lived not only with the fear of hunger or violence, but with the certainty that my name itself was a sentence others were eager to pass. False accusations followed me, and I could not escape them. They clung to me as tightly as my shadow, reminding me always that to live as a masterless man was to be guilty before I ever drew breath. The false accusations weighed on me heavily, but the worst of them was not the whispers from farmers or merchants. At least their suspicions were only words. The sharper danger came from those who carried steel with authority. Without a lord to shield me, I had no protection from soldiers. In my years of service, I had walked proudly through villages and garrisons, greeted as a comrade by men in armor. Even soldiers of other lords treated me with courtesy, for they knew I belonged to a master whose name commanded respect. But as a Ronin, that shield vanished. The same men who once bowed now looked on me as fair game. Their armor was their permission, their lord their excuse. My dishonor left me naked before their scorn. It began with small humiliations, a shove as I passed through a checkpoint, a sneer at the state of my clothes, a retainer who struck the scabbard of my sword with his own, daring me to answer. They knew I could not. To raise steel against a soldier of a lord was to invite death without question. So I swallowed the insult, bowed stiffly, and moved on. Each time I did, I felt the heat of shame burn deeper into my chest. But insults soon turned to blows. Once, I was stopped on a village road by 3 guards. They demanded to know my name, my clan, my master. When I told them I had none, their laughter was cruel. One struck me with the flat of his blade, another kicked my legs from under me, sending me sprawling in the dirt. "This is what becomes of a dog without a leash," one spat. They left me there, bruised and humiliated, while villagers watched from doorways, too afraid to intervene. Not one voice rose in protest, not one hand reached to help me up. Another time, a patrol accused me of carrying stolen goods. I had nothing but my cloak and sword, yet they surrounded me as though I were a criminal. I argued, but words meant nothing. One soldier snatched at my sleeve, another struck my ribs with the butt of his spear. I bit down on my anger, forcing myself not to reach for my blade. I knew too well what would follow if I did. To cut one of them down, even in defense, would not be judged as survival. It would be treason, and for a Ronin, there would be no trial, only swift execution. It was in those moments I understood just how powerless I had become. A samurai's strength lies not only in his skill with the sword, but in the shield of his lord's name. Without that shield, my blade meant nothing. I could defend myself against bandits, against drunkards, against hunger and cold. But against the cruelty of soldiers, I had no defense. Their armor was authority, and I was nothing but a man already judged. The shame of it cut deeper than the bruises. To endure their blows in silence was to admit I was less than they were, less even than the peasants who watched from the shadows. For the peasants, at least, had lords who might one day hear their cries. I had no one. Each insult, each strike, each kick was proof that I belonged to no one and that no one would answer for me. And so I walked the roads not only with hunger at my side and shame on my back, but with the knowledge that any soldier, any guard, any retainer with a cruel mood could make me their sport. There was no shield for a Ronin, no protection, no justice, only the certainty that I was alone. The blows of soldiers taught me how powerless I truly was. I carried no lord's name, no shield of protection, and no voice would rise in my defense. Yet even in the midst of that helplessness, a different torment reached my ears. Whispers spread in villages and inns, tales passed from mouth to mouth. They spoke of Ronin who rose from disgrace to carve out honor with their own hands. Stories of noble Ronin gave false hope. I heard them first around a fire, my body still aching from the strike of a soldier's spear. Travelers shared the tale of a masterless warrior who, through cunning and loyalty, won the trust of a new lord and was welcomed into a household once more. Their voices carried admiration, their faces lit by the glow of possibility. I sat silent, staring into the flames, the weight of my bruises reminding me that such endings were not written for men like me. In other places, I heard of Ronin who avenged the death of their masters, cutting down corrupt officials or dishonorable foes. These tales painted them as heroes, men who carried their loyalty beyond the grave, redeeming themselves in acts of blood and fire. Listeners spoke of them with awe, nodding at the justice of it, praising their names as if they had walked among saints. My chest tightened with each word, for I too had once sworn loyalty unto death, but I still lived, dragging my shame behind me, unredeemed and unremembered. Children repeated such stories with wide eyes, their voices filled with wonder. They dreamed of becoming like those Ronin, free yet noble outcasts who had carved honor from dishonor. But I knew the truth. The storytellers spoke of legends, not lives. They did not tell of the endless hunger, the sleepless nights, the bruises from soldiers' boots. They did not speak of wives bearing shame in silence, or children mocked for their father's fall. They told only of victories, as though suffering did not weigh heavier than glory. Once in a tea house, a man asked me if I had heard of the 47 Ronin. His eyes shone with excitement as he spoke of their loyalty, how they endured hardship only to avenge their master and restore their honor through death. He asked if I felt pride, being Ronin myself, to share such a name. Pride. The word tasted like ashes in my mouth. I felt no pride, only bitterness. Their story was not mine. My path held no redemption, no noble revenge, only the long, grinding humiliation of survival. I began to hate the stories. They mocked me each time I heard them. For every tale of a Ronin restored, 100 men like me trudged through mud and hunger, forgotten by the same mouths that praised legends. No villager offered more rice because they believed such tales. No soldier spared his hand because he thought of noble Ronin. The stories lifted only the ears that heard them, never the backs that bore the truth. Hope is a dangerous thing. It whispers that tomorrow may be different, that your disgrace may yet be turned to honor. But for men like me, hope was another punishment, another chain binding me to disappointment. Each story carried the same lie, that a Ronin's shame could be cleansed. I carried the proof on my body and in my family's eyes that it could not. And so I walked on, hating those stories more than the soldiers' blows. At least the soldiers were honest in their contempt. Legends offered me only false hope, a cruel reminder of the life I would never live, and the honor I would never regain. The stories of noble Ronin filled others with awe, but for me they were only a cruel echo of a life I would never live. Each tale ended in redemption, while my days stretched on without end, without meaning. And as the seasons passed and no hall opened its gates to me, no lord called my name, I came to accept the truth. The road became my only home. I walked it endlessly, villages blurred together, each one looking at me with the same suspicion, each innkeeper measuring me with the same weary eye. I learned the shape of the road better than the shape of any dwelling. Its dust clung to my clothes, its stones bruised my feet, and its miles carved into me more deeply than any blade. There was no destination, not truly. I told myself I was seeking work, that the next town might hold a merchant needing protection, or a lord desperate enough to summon a Ronin. But in truth I walked because standing still was worse. When I lingered too long in one place, the whispers grew louder, the accusations sharper, the stares heavier. Moving meant escape, even if it was only from one village's contempt to the next. The road offered no comfort, yet it became familiar in its own way. I slept where I could, under trees, beneath bridges, in the corners of shrines when monks took pity. My back grew used to the hardness of earth, my ears to the sounds of night, the cries of insects, the rustle of wind through grass, the distant bark of dogs. These became my lullabies. What once felt like hardship turned into routine. The road was not kind, but it was constant. I met others like myself along the way. Some shared a fire for a night, trading bitter stories before vanishing come dawn. Others walked silently beside me for a time, our footsteps speaking louder than words. Most I never saw again. The road swallowed us one by one, scattering us like leaves in the wind. To this day, I could not tell you if those men still live, or if their bones lie unmarked along some forgotten path. Yet the road was not only hardship. At times, it forced me to see beauty I would not have noticed in another life. The red glow of a sunrise spilling across mist-covered fields, the sudden bloom of cherry blossoms over a shrine roof, the quiet dignity of mountains that stood eternal, unmoved by lords or wars. These moments did not erase my shame, but they reminded me I was still alive. That, in itself, felt almost like defiance. Still, the beauty was fleeting. More often than not, the road was a mirror of my exile, endless, winding, uncertain, with no clear end. It carried me forward, but never closer to belonging. Each step was survival, not progress. Each mile only another reminder that I had no place but the dirt beneath my feet. The road became my only home, not because I chose it, but because all else was denied me. And though it gave me nothing but dust, hunger and solitude, it was still mine. No lord could strip it away, no soldier could bar its gates, no villager could close its doors. It was a poor home, but it was the only one I had left. The road became my only home, stretching before me without end. But even as I walked it day after day, I carried a thought I could not silence. Perhaps somewhere ahead, a hall might still open its gates. Perhaps a lord, desperate or merciful, might take me in. For a long time, that faint hope was enough to keep my feet moving. Yet the years dragged on, and each mile carried me further from illusions. At last, I understood what I had refused to admit. I knew I would never return to a lord's hall. I had seen those halls from afar on my wanderings. Proud gates, banners swaying in the wind, guards standing tall in polished armor. They reminded me of what I had once known, the rhythm of duty, the sense of belonging. But the moment I drew closer, I felt the shift in the air. The guards' eyes narrowed, their hands drifted to their hilts. To them, I was not a warrior, but a beggar with a blade, a danger best kept outside their lord's walls. Their suspicion was warning enough. I learned to keep walking, to admire from a distance what would never be mine again. The truth sank deeper each time. I could still recall the sound of a great hall alive with voices, the warmth of a brazier, the taste of rice and sake shared among comrades. Those memories were sharper than any blade, cutting me each time I let myself imagine I might return to them. For the halls I saw on the road did not welcome Ronin. They were built to keep men like me out, to guard honor from being tainted by the presence of the dishonored. And even if a lord had summoned me, what would I have brought to his service? I was older now, my body scarred and stiff from battles without meaning. My armor was gone, my reputation shredded, my family burdened with my shame. What master would look at me and see loyalty instead of failure? What household would risk its name on a man already branded? I had once believed that skill with the sword was enough to grant me worth. I learned too late that it was loyalty, not skill, that opened doors, and my loyalty had died with my lord. I began to walk past the halls without slowing, where once I lingered at the gates, searching for some sign of mercy. Now I lowered my eyes and kept to the road. To look too long was to wound myself. To imagine I might be called inside was to invite despair. Better to walk on, dust clinging to my clothes, than to stand staring at doors that would never open. Acceptance came like frost settling into the earth. Cold, silent, unrelenting. I stopped asking myself when I might return. I stopped imagining the day a banner would fly over me once more. I told myself the truth plainly. My place would never again be within a lord's hall. My place was the road, the fields, the shrines, the bridges, the shadows where no one else lingered. It was not the life I had chosen, but it was the life that remained. And so I carried that knowledge with me, heavier than any pack. It was not hunger or scars that hollowed me most, but the certainty that I would never again belong. I no longer slowed at the sight of banners, no longer let myself imagine a hall that might open its doors. That acceptance settled into me like a second skin, yet with it came the final truth, the one I had resisted longer than hunger, longer than shame, longer even than the thought of seppuku. If I could never return to a lord's hall, then I could never return to memory either. I knew then what awaited me. I will die nameless, forgotten. It is a strange thing to know your death before it comes. Not the moment, not the manner, those belong to fate, but the certainty of how it will be received. My lord had been mourned, his name carved into wood, his deeds spoken in the halls for generations. My comrades who fell in his service had been buried with rites, incense rising over their graves as their families wept. But for me, there would be no shrine, no record, no voice to carry my name when I was gone. I would be a body in the ditch, another shadow swallowed by the road. At first, the thought filled me with terror. To vanish so completely, as though I had never lived, seemed worse than death itself. But the longer I walked, the more I came to see it as the natural end of my path. A samurai without a master is a man without an anchor. We drift until the world no longer notices us. And when the world does not notice, it does not remember. I imagined it often, a winter night perhaps, when the cold seeps too deep into my bones, or a roadside skirmish, when a cut is 1 inch too wide, 1 heartbeat too late, my body falling into the mud, my sword slipping from my hand. Travellers would pass, glance at the corpse and move on. A few might pluck the blade if it still held worth, but none would ask my name. None would speak of who I had been, what I had endured, or what I had lost. Even my children, I feared, would one day let my name fade, not out of cruelty, but out of necessity. Better to forget the burden of being tied to a Ronin than to carry it all their lives. My wife's silence would be her last gift, not to curse me after I was gone, but to let the world forget. That is how disgrace is erased, not through remembrance, but through silence. Still, some nights, as I walked alone, I found myself whispering my own name under my breath, as though saying it aloud might keep it alive. It felt fragile, like a candle flame in the wind. One day, the wind will blow, and the flame will gutter out, and when it does, nothing will remain but the ashes of a man no one recalls. And yet, I walked on. For even nameless, even forgotten, I still drew breath. The world offered me no honor, but it had not yet taken my life. Perhaps that is the cruelest fate of all, not to die with glory, nor to live with purpose, but to endure until the road itself swallows you, leaving no trace behind. That is the fate of a Ronin, not death in battle, not songs of loyalty, not even the dignity of seppuku, only the slow fading into dust, nameless, unmarked, forgotten by the world.